Indeed.
Maska says, "Hey there, I hope you're not having any trouble with that ritual." Arismital says, "You could have warned me about the flame blights and drakes." Maska says, "The what now?" Nothing in the ritual mentioned any of that. Maybe they just happened to be in the area. Arismital gives Maska the forge hammer. Maska says, "Just in time too. I was supposed to be done with this sword yesterday. Okay, magic hammer, do your thing." Maska raises the hammer and prepares to strike the unfinished sword. Arismital says, "Wait, this might be a bad idea. Don't use the hammer." Maska says, "What? Why not?" Maska waggles the forge hammer at you. "You went through all that trouble, and now you're changing your mind?" Aris says, "You obviously love being a part of this temple. You wouldn't be trying so hard to improve otherwise. What you're doing is wrong. I know it, you know it. Should I say this?" Maska says, "Dang it all." She shakes her head and drops the hammer with a clang. "You're right, I love smithing, and I lost sight of why I wanted to become an Abydonian in the first place. Thank you." "Here, take this. It's one of the first things I made that didn't turn out truly terrible. It's not much, but you should get something for all the work you did for me. Now, I need to get back to work. I've still got a lot to learn." Engrim says, "Our doors are always open and our forge always alight. How may I help?" One of these days, I'll be as good as Angrim, says Maska. The Crossed Eye. In the court of bowing ashes stands a towering Adra statue intertwined with living trees. Dating back to the Engwithans, it is believed to represent an Orlan ruler of that lost empire. Though the natural progress of time has done some damage to it, the Glanfathans remember one act of vandalism against it from the early colonial days. During the chaos of the Broken Stone War, Idear explorers ventured deep into Eir Glanfath, made their way to the Court of Bowing Ashes, and scaled the statue to break loose a single eye, large as an Aumawa's head, and made of pure Adra band. Most of the members of that band were captured and killed by the Glanfathans, but the eye was never recovered. In recent years, rumor has spread through the eastern reach that a new owner of the eye has been attempting to sell it through covert markets. The Anamfatha of at least 3 tribes would reward anyone who recovered it. Wait a minute. So the ruler of the Engwithan Empire was an Orlan? Interesting. Ern says, I never meant for any of this to happen. Aris says, I found the Bleak Walkers. Kern says, you did. What happened? Aris says, I dealt with the Bleak Walkers. Hadi and Elwina were killed, but Eska is alive. Kern says, Hadi. Gods, Hadi. But Eska lives. You've saved him. Then for that, I owe you everything. I can't ever make any of it right, but I'll try. Here, take this, and thank you for sparing me a final stain upon my soul. Well, Eska might seek revenge, so watch your back. Gods forgive me, says Kern. I hope so. Nesta says, ugh, I thought I ordered ale. She might have brought me the dish of water by accident. She sighs, or maybe on purpose. You can never tell. Aris asks, what brings you to Stalwart? I represent a group of investors from Defiance Bay who are attempting to establish a trade agreement with Stalwart. Before they are willing to commit to any agreement, they want to have the town assessed. Make sure it's as prosperous as people are claiming. That's where I come in. Nesta takes a long sip from her mug. Aris asks, what's your assessment of the town? Nesta says, there's certainly a lot of coin changing hands, but whether this is simply a short-lived boom or something that will persist long-term remains to be seen. Farewell, says Aris. Nesta says, please sit. She looks around the tavern. I could use the company.
Back to warm your hands, eh? What can I do for you? Top quality bear pelts on every bed. You won't be disappointed. Back to warm your hands, eh? What can I do for you?
Farewell.
There is a spirit lion there, just ahead. Can you see it, Watcher?
Zahua's wide-peopled eyes track the movement of some unseen animal.
The lion was the symbol of my master, Ishipilo. This is a sign. Has he come here at last to teach me what he would not in life? To be the Anitle?
Aris says, "The Anitle remind me."
This is a Nalpazka warrior who has ascended from the snares of the material world. He cannot be beaten. It was Ishipilo's greatest secret. Even on his dying day, he refused to pass it on to me. If he had taught me, I would have been able to protect the Takan. We would never have been conquered.
Aris asks, "I thought the Quetzalcoatl had defeated you. Isn't this too late?"
I swore to return to liberate my people when I had learned to become the Anitle. This lion, this is what I have been waiting for.
Aris asks, "What do you propose we do?"
I have some herbs prepared, malcuchoa, plus some things I've been saving. We should eat them so we can meet with the lion in its world. It would be my honor if you would come with me on this journey. A watcher may see things that I cannot.
Aris says, "Very well. So is Zahua asking us to get high?" Zahua looks to the rest of the party.
That goes for everyone. I would welcome the presence of friends.
Zahua pours her scattering leaves and mushrooms into a cupped hand and holds them out for the others to inspect. Kana says, "Feels like we're back in the lore college." Oh, Kana smokes weed back in the college?
I'll try anything once. Bunch of times if it's good.
Maybe I could just inhale a few of the spores.
There are simpler ways to understand the world, monk. A single stroke of my staff would do, but very well.
Are you ready?
Aris says, "I had questions first."
Of course.
Aris says, "I'm ready to pursue the lion now."
Excellent.
Zahua distributes his mix of herbs, keeping a generous amount for himself. The plants give off a variety of strong conflicting odors, some sweet, some acrid, and at least one that induces immediate sneezing. Their appearances are largely unfamiliar to you. You drop a handful of the mixture into your mouth and chew. The taste is dull and earthy at first, but within moments of chewing, it becomes powerfully sour, then sweet like nectar, and then it begins to take on a new character that's unlike anything you've ever eaten before. Your vision swims, and you see the world in a different, more vibrant spectrum. Zahua takes one look at your expression and laughs.
You are ready.
Very well. Oh. Wow, this is trippy.
Do not let the lion escape us! Is that flower singing? No. Stay focused, Zawa.
A lone spirit hovers back and forth, agitated, muttering. Spirit says, "I can learn from them, from their mistakes, Their failures have revealed the path to me, and I am very close. The spirit points to a scattered collection of maimed and contorted bodies distributed around a stone pedestal. Something odd registers in your mind about the corpses, and then the realization dawns. They all appear to belong to the same person. How could it be?
I wouldn't be so sure.
Zahua chuckles. Aris asks, "What are you getting close to?"
On that pedestal you see before you.
Adair asks, "The one with the bodies?" A shiver of irritation ripples over the spirit.
Yes, the one with the bodies. As I was saying, on that pedestal you see before you, I placed a gem for safekeeping. You have never seen such a perfect gem. I regretted leaving it behind almost immediately. It has been my every waking thought ever since.
Aris asks, "Why do you want it?"
It is all I have left of something that was important to me.
Very important, by the look of it.
Aris says, "I might be able to get it for you." The spirit seems to consider this. Wisps of essence dart in and out of its shape, like bolts of electricity.
That would be most welcome.
Adair says, "Can't we watch him fetch it once? Maybe pick up some pointers. Leave."
Were you able to retrieve the gem?
Aris says, "Not yet."
What is this that so many have died to approach it? I don't stand yet. Zawa is ready.
Yes?
Stalwart locals have their own common stew recipe that relies on marinated rabbit meat, onions, wine, and vinegar. Due to Stalwart's remote location, they don't use exotic spices for flavoring, only what they grow locally and dry during the summer months. Stalwart rabbit stew.
Poisoned.
Oh,
Grave Step is a dangerous drug made from a mixture of various mushrooms and pieces of fungus infected adra. It allows the user to more clearly perceive the structure of souls, housed or otherwise. When the drug expires, the user is temporarily blinded. Sentimental gem. This gem appears at first glance to be strikingly beautiful, yet upon further examination, there seems to be nothing special about it.
Were you able to retrieve the gem?
Aris gives gem. Yes, I have it here. The spirit pulses excitedly, with light and warmth.
This is a great relief. Give it here.
The spirit extends claw-like translucent hands toward you, cupped together, and when you let the gem drop, it passes through the spirit's hands and lands on the ground.
Ah, clumsy. No need to worry, I've got it now.
The spirit crouches to pick up the gem. It scoops at the gem, but cannot make contact with it. It does so over and over.
This is a snare my master never told me of. How great, how subtle the hold of the past upon us.
Aris says, let's keep moving. Zahua nods. An old shaman hunches over a translucent table. Paint is streaked on either side of her eyes like flames. She casts an assortment of strange objects onto the table. A finger bone, a stalgyre tooth, a turtle shell, a few stones painted with symbols. She studies them over and over with disbelieving eyes. At last she looks up.
There is no mistake. The portents do not lie. Zawa, you will be our chieftain. You will succeed Ishapilo and lead us to victory over the Ketchmata. I will tell Ishapilo that he must accept you. The path must be cleared for your reign.
Oh no. Still breathing heavily, Zahua appears deep in thought. He notices your glance.
The shaman's vision always stayed with me. After my master had passed, even after the Takan were conquered, I thought of what the shaman had said and held on to hope. But I wonder if it did not also make me proud and foolhardy, if I ignored my own defeat because I did not believe it possible.
Aris says, the Takan aren't defeated yet. You're still here.
Zawa has done his people no favors as chieftain, and the Ketchmata would mock your words. But what you say is true, nevertheless.
The grass ripples and heaves like the flank of a breathing animal.
I shall.
Every log of this home is coated in fine hairs. Somewhere beneath your feet, you hear a low, hollow drumming. You gaze at the stone surface and find yourself reflected there, your eyes bright as stars.
There! I see it!
Spirit antelope. An antelope stands gingerly on the muddy grass. Its fur is matted and stained dark around a deep oozing gash on its left haunch.
Have you come here to eat me?
Oh, slow down there.
We are not here to eat you, but you are easy prey. Is there nowhere you can hide?
The beast of this place would catch my scent. I would not get far. But there may be a way I could be protected. A great tree grows to the north, whose sap has an odor that is repellent to predators. If you could draw this sap and rub it into my coat, I would be safe. I could heal and return to my herd.
Aris asks, where is this tree?
To the north, beside a cave. You will not find a larger tree in the forest.
Aris says, Durans, you heal this animal.
I could heal this beast, Watcher, but not in the way that the monk would want.
I would ask neither kind of healing, as neither has any lesson to offer. Keep to your own trial, Durance, and I will keep to mine.
Oh, I wouldn't dream of interfering. I await the sound of broken bonds or a broken back. There is a music to both if you listen for it.
Yeah, okay. Aris says, farewell.
Gallowayne, speed your steps.
Thank you, Spirit Antelope.
You have returned. Were you able to draw the sap?
Aris says, remind me where to find it. North beside a cave. Okay. The totem murmurs as you pass, too softly to understand.
Did you see where it went?
haggard man. This man's face is weather-beaten, and his eyes are sunken deep into his skull. His body is scarcely more than a string of bones. He speaks with great effort, his voice dry and grainy.
Will you help me? Water. From the waterfall, please.
Aris asks, why from the waterfall? Why not the pond? The man shakes his head sadly.
It appears to be the same in every way, but alas, it only makes my thirst greater. Only water from the waterfall will do. I wish it were not so.
Aris says, I can carry you over to the waterfall. Then you can drink from the source.
I have tried, but the water eludes me. I open my mouth and it falls only on either side. I place cupped hands beneath and pull them out dry. Only the first time was I able to taste it. Never have I tasted anything so pure. Ever since, I have not been able to bring myself to leave. I wish only to taste it once more. That would be enough.
Aris says, I'll see what can be done. He nods in thanks and offers you a water skin lying beside him.
You will need this to collect the water. I will be forever grateful. Have you had any success?
Aris says, not yet. The man nods dejectedly and slumps back down. Water flows from a pool at your feet upward onto the rocks above, as though time itself were flowing in reverse. It sounds more like a stream than a waterfall. Examine the water. The column of water is clear and pure. Its flow is steady but not torrential. Other than the direction of its course, it seems ordinary. Gather some water in the water skin. You place the skin in the water and invert it, filling it steadily. Almost immediately, the water around your hand begins to roil and hiss. You feel an excruciating burning pain as the water begins to eat away at the skin of your fingers. Resist the illusion. This place boasts powerful illusions, and you are sure this is one of them. You cling to the knowledge and the certainty that none of this is happening. For a moment the illusion holds. You hold the water skin in place, despite the agony in your fingers. Skin gives way to flesh, and then to bone. But in the face of your surety, the enchantment weakens quickly. The pain fades, and from one moment to the next, the ghastly image of your melting hand is gone. The water skin is quite full, and you are able to draw it away without further incident. When you go to replace the stopper, something strikes your hand from below. Having been carried upward by the waterfall current, it drops into the pool. You reach down where it fell and withdraw a handful of jewels, pure and blue as the waterfall itself. Oh, I have lost an item? No. How can I bring the water to the old man now? How can I bring the water to the old man?
Have you had any success?
Aris gives water. We were able to capture some water, yes. Wait, I thought we lost the water skin. What's going on here?
Wonderful! I've waited so long!
Haggard man's fingers tremble with excitement as he closes his hand around the stopper and slowly twists it. The stopper comes free suddenly and flies from his hands, propelled by a violent burst of steam.
Oh no!
He upends the water skin, holding it above his lips, but not a single droplet falls. He shakes it, twists it, squeezes it, all to no avail. The water is gone.
Given his history, I am surprised he had not foreseen this possibility. He longs not for the water, but for the experience of first tasting it. He is bound for disappointment. His suffering is very pretty, yet it feels empty. What value does it have if he refuses to learn from it? Can he not see that he seeks something that can never be recovered?
Ishepilo sits meditating. He opens his eyes and looks at Zahua.
Hello, pupil. You come to me with a question, do you not?
Ishepilo coughs, dry as desert sand. Zahua stares at him, his mouth quivering faintly.
Yes, Ishipilo. I have sought your wisdom across many lands, over many years. Are you here to grant it to me?
Yes, pupil. I am here for you.
Zahua nods, draws a deep breath.
Our people are captives of the Quetzalcoatl. I need to know the secrets of the Anitle.
Of course. The answer has been with you the whole time, pupil. You are blind not to...
Ishepilo breaks down into a coughing fit. As he coughs harder, granules of dust fly from his mouth in plumes.
Master, please, I cannot hear you.
Zahua steadies him by the shoulders, but Ishepilo's cough only worsens. Dust pours from his lips by the mouthful. He's a mummy?
Answer me!
Zahua's hands tighten around Ishepilo's frail body. He shakes Ishepilo, but the coughing continues. He shakes him again, and in Zahua's hands, Ishepilo turns to dust. It scatters instantly to the winds. He's a sandman. Zahua looks at the dust on his hands, holding them cupped as if to preserve some vital piece of his master's wisdom. Despite his best efforts, the winds carry off the remains, leaving him with nothing. He frowns.
Even after his death, I have always felt that when the time was right, Ishipilo would find a way to teach me his secret. And yet here we are on his trail, and his knowledge is no less a mystery to me. Is this what I am meant to see? That his teachings will always be beyond me?
Aris says, "We aren't done here yet. There must be something more worth learning here."
Yes, this is but a piece of the whole. There must be more to be revealed.
Small fish dart between the stones, little flickers of color there and gone again. Wind howls through the trees, fluting and musical, but you feel no breeze upon your skin.
We are too late. The wolves have come.
The wolves has killed my Bambi. Unforgivable.
It was a mistake to leave the animal here unprotected.
Aris says, we might have protected it for a while longer. We should not have left it. Aris says,
Perhaps you are right, but it is something we will never know for certain. In the end, though, the wolves would have come. They can smell weakness from great distances. We may have been bound for failure from the start.
An unusually tall man with brown leathery skin and regal carriage bows to Zahua, Chieftain Ehuilia.
Chief Aurelia, why are you here?
I come on behalf of the Ketchmal to pay you tribute, great chieftain.
Tendons bulge at the sides of Zahua's neck, and his fists are clenched. For the first time since you met him, he appears on the brink of losing control. He speaks through gritted teeth.
You have come to see if I am ready to protect my people.
The Ketchmaltal chieftain smiles, baring glistening teeth.
Well, are you?
What the heck is this? An illusion that is hostile and fatal. Zahua contemplates the body of his enemy.
When the Ketchmaltal chieftain saw me, he knew I was not prepared to resist him. If I had been more convincing, I have always believed they would not have attacked.
Aris says, agreed. A better deception might have kept you safe.
For a time, perhaps, but looking back, I was mistaken. We were always the prey, never the predator. This was the life of the Takan. We lived knowing that one day the wolves would come. And finally, the day came when we were wounded and could not escape them.
Zahua shakes his head and smiles bitterly.
I have been caught in a snare, worrying over things that could not be changed. These visions shame me with their truths. Ishipilo never warned me of this, but I should have seen it sooner. I have become a slave to knowledge I will never learn. I have denied all my failures. Yet, I feel no different, no freer than I was. There is something I am missing, even now.
All of this could have been avoided if Ishepilo just taught Zahua how to become an Anitle. What is the reason for him delaying the lesson at the cost of his own people? This Ishepilo, It's his fault. I think in my opinion, this is all his fault. If he did not delay and teach Zahua how to become an Anitle, then all of this could have been avoided. The Takan would have not been conquered by the Ketchmatl. Such a silly thing to happen.
This may be our answer. Let us see what has been uncovered.
Wait a minute. This is supposed to be an illusion, right? If this is an illusion, how come we're able to loot the corpses of these illusory enemies? Don't tell me that in the real world, I mean, these people we're fighting recently, don't tell me that they are not enemies. The Malkachoa made us to look at them as enemies. What if the people that we're killed actually, you know, the local people who live here? Maybe they were just minding their business, and because of our illusions, treat them as hostiles, we ended up killing them. This is worrying.
You must come with me at once.
Image of Zahua.
Zawa, you should not be. If you are caught, they will execute you, and they will not fail twice.
I do not care about my life, Namaltia. I come to liberate the Takan. We will unite and revolt.
And who will you unite? Our men are dead or broken. Their labors were too cruel. Our women are mothers to catch model children now. The Takan live only in your mind.
Zahua stands in silence, staring where the apparitions had been. Aris asks, what was that about?
An argument Zawa had with someone once.
Zahua's jaw is clenched.
Nothing came of it.
Arismital asks, who was that woman?
She was a Nalpazka warrior, eldest daughter of the shaman. She would have been, the wife of the Takan chieftain, if the Takan had not fallen.
Aris asks, did that really happen?
Some years ago, Zawa considered that he might never learn Ishipilo's secret. But he had vowed to return to his people. And so he did. He journeyed to Ketchmatl, and while their warriors were off raiding, he spoke to the surviving Takan he found there.
Aris says you never told me. For once, Zahua seems unable to meet your gaze.
Zawa has never spoken of it to anyone.
Zahua's face is tense, his skin lacking its usual smoothness. He looks old.
He waited too long in returning. If there was a time to liberate his people, it passed long ago, while he searched for the secret of the Anitle.
Aris asks, why did you continue your search? if you knew you'd failed. Zahua is quiet a moment.
Ishipilo's knowledge was the one last thing of Deccan that might have been recovered. But I see now that I was caught in a snare. The gem, the antelope, the waterfall. Their lessons were not about Ishipilo's secrets. They were about my vow to return to the Deccan.
Zahua is quiet again. His eyes search the ground, then seem to fix on something. You look down but see only a small worm burrowing into the earth near his feet. Zahua stares in that direction for a time. Then slowly he looks up to you.
The time of my people has ended. There is nothing more I can do for them.
The words seem to surprise Zahua. What should I say? I'm torn between number 2 and number 4. I want him to live his life for himself now, that he lost everything. His people, his nation, his, I assume, the woman who would be his wife, if Takan did not fall. The women were made wives by the Kachmatl, right? So the woman that's supposed to be Zahua's wife is now another man's wife, and I think she already bears children for him. The men were enslaved and broken. The secrets of the Anitle is forever lost. Unless Zahua can rise an army to assault the Kachmatl, I don't see how he could liberate his people. Maybe Aris can do something. I mean, he is the Lord of Kaidnua, right? And he has a lord of a region must have an army, even if the game does not show that. I'm sure that Kaidnua has a standing army. Can't Aris help Zahua by sending a military expedition to catch Matl? But the problem is, I don't know where this Kachmatl is. Maybe they're across the sea. Maybe they're across other nations. Maybe it would be too far away for Kaidnua's army to reach Kachmatl and to have a sustainable supply. Yeah. Aris says, what you do from here on out is for your soul alone.
As Nalpazga, we were always taught to nurture our own soul, to allow others their own journey. Perhaps it is time I took that advice to heart.
You no longer have responsibility and obligation to your people now. They've been defeated, enslaved, and the women have been taken over. You can never liberate them. Unless you can raise an army, which I doubt you can. So I guess from now on you have to live your life for yourself. And find some new place or new people that you can be a part of. I don't know. Well, you can be a part of Kaitnua if you want. Help Aris maintain the region and other stuff. Maybe you can teach the soldiers the way of the Nalpazga warrior, you know. Zahua looks around and smiles flatly.
The dream fades around us. I believe it is time to return.
The brilliant colors around you seem to dull. Shifting objects settle into their true forms. Zahua appears the same as he always has. The same shredded skin, the same fluid posture. Only the look in his eyes has changed. Poor Zahua. Wait, what? Zahua was granted Anitle? Well, if Zahua possessed the Anitle now, then it's not too late, right? Can he still go back to Ketchmatel and liberate his people? Huh. I'm curious.
Zawa is ready.
Anitle. When an Alpazka warrior has learned to free himself from the snares that root him to the material world, he is said to become the Anitle. Among his many gifts, the Anitle possesses a preternatural understanding of the suffering of all beings, and from that insight can divine an opponent's intentions and react to them before their opponent has even put them into effect. As a result, they know exactly where and when to strike, and can do so confidently, at great speed. Well, since you have the Anitle, is it still too late to go back to Ketchmatel and free your people? Well, it's up to you, but if you still want to pursue that, I'm sure Aris is willing to help you. Right, Aris?
As you say.
Zahua seems to have freed himself from the grips of a past and has denied for many Zahua seems to have freed himself from the grips of a past he has denied for many years.
Indeed.
Wait, what is this? The corpse of a man? And what is this? A werewolf? What? Is this a werewolf? Really? A werewolf and two wolves. So, the antelope is actually a man, a victim of a werewolf and two white wolves. I wonder, what about the spirit that asked for a gem? Okay, the creatures are real, but there's no corpse representing the spirit. Ah, okay, look at this. A corpse of a man and... What is this corpse? Is it an animal corpse? Okay. Where is the guy? Where's the thirsty guy? The waterfall isn't actually a waterfall.
Yes? Yes?
Arfos says, Renan Guild never said negotiating trade agreements was part of the job. What? Tarfos said, run for mayor, they said. It's an easy job, they said. I should have stayed in the mines. He notices you approach and his eyes widen. Oh, okay, so this is the guy that became the mayor after Renan Guild retires, yeah? Tarfos says, Aris Mittal, what brings you back to Stalwart? You're always welcome here. He beams at you. Aris asks, how's Stalwart doing these days? Tarfos says, we've rebuilt. The western palisade is fixed, and some fancy merchants set up shop where Katie's house used to be. Tarfos gestures at the temple. We've also got a proper temple to Abidon again. Never understood why the Ondrites stuck around Stalwart in the first place. Because they were thieves, posing as Ondra priests. Tarfos says, I'm pretty busy, so unless there's something else? Aris asks, what was that about a negotiation? Tarfos says, there's a group of merchants from Defiance Bay interested in a trade agreement with Stalwart. Their representative, Nesta, is staying at the Graf's Rest. I've been avoiding her because I have zero experience with treaties and contracts and all of that. I was a miner, not a diplomat. Maybe you could talk to her on my behalf. Tarfos looks at you hopefully. As mayor, I'll give you full authority to negotiate on Stalwart's behalf. Aris asks, what makes you think I'd do any better than you in a negotiation? Tarfos says, you're the hero of Stalwart, the man who reclaimed the White Forge. Of course you do better than me. Aris says, I'll go talk to Nesta then. With one condition, Tarfos. With one condition. You place your loyalty, Stalwart's loyalty, to Kait Nua. Okay? And the Lord of Kait Nua, Aris Mittal. Tarfos says, thank you. As I said earlier, you can find her in the Graf's Rest. Aris says farewell. Tarfos says yes. Tarfos looks as frazzled as ever. Villager says, maybe Stalwart should have stayed small.
Back to warm your hands, eh? What can I do for you?
Nesta says, please sit. She looks around the tavern. I could use the company. Aris says Tarfos sent me. I'm here to negotiate the trade treaty on Stalwart's behalf. Nesta says, finally. I was beginning to wonder if Tarfos had forgotten about me entirely. My first stop is Stalwart's fishery. My clients are concerned it's a liability to Stalwart's prosperity. I'll meet you outside its front door. Asuka says, looking for work? I know we've got plenty to do around here. Aris says, the terror of Whitestone Hollow has been dealt with. Asuka says, good to know. This one's taken care of. A shame we lost all those people. But at least we'll finally be able to get some workers out there to clear up that avalanche. Here's a reward, as promised. Aris says, I'm here to collect on Roidwith's bounty. Asuka says that's a relief. Even if they weren't headed for Stalwart, I didn't want to take the chance. Here's a reward as promised. Had some new reports come in. Thought you might be interested. Hoped anyway. There's a group of Lagufyth causing trouble in Whitestone Hollow. Like the avalanche wasn't bad enough, right? Then there's a pirate, Brinolord, that the Fangs want dead. Fangs? You mean the Fangs of Galawine? Aris says, I'll take on the Lagufyth. Asuka says, earn a little nickname for themselves, Redwater Lagufyth. On account these little charmers drag their prey under the water. They turned up in Whitestone Hollow recently, and have been menacing the locals. Plenty of coin in it for the one who takes them out. Aris says, tell me more about this pirate Brinlord. Asuka says, a cipher from the Deadfire Archipelago. The kind that swings onto a ship and convinces the entire crew to drown themselves. Apparently, Brinlord heard some stories about the kind of treasures that turn up in Angwithan ruins. He's come inland. The Fangs sent their best warriors after Brinlord after he poached a few temples, but they didn't put a scratch on him. Word is, Brinlord was last spotted around Deerford Crossing. Deerford? Asuka says, bring me Brinlord's head, and you can collect on the payments the Fangs are offering. Alright, let's do this. It took extensive searching and inquiry across 3 countries, but Nasu eventually picked up the trail of the stolen Adra Banai. Following the Broken Stone War, the Aumawa thief traveled south to Abet, then on to Nasitak. Among the Boreal Dwarves, the thief found a wealthy buyer, the chief of a prosperous tribe. A generation later, the tribe fell on hard times and was raided both by Deadfire Archipelago pirates and Pale Elves from the White That Wends. The Pale Elves sold the stolen eye to merchants from Old Valia, who took it north to the Prince of Darkozi. It remained there for 2 generations. When Darkozi Place was sacked, one of the invading soldiers took the eye as a prize, carrying it across the sea to Ozia in the Violent Republics. It was still there when Nasu arrived, though the wealthy patriarch who owned the eye demanded a hefty sum. The Glanfathan Anamfatha did not hesitate to pay the price. Cross patch. This patch was a gift from a Glanfathan Anamfatha, a reward for your help in recovering a precious Adraban eye that was stolen from a sculpture during the Broken Stone War. Like the original eye, the patch features a cross on its surface. Brigands calling themselves Magran's Faithful have been pillaging small towns throughout Deerwood. Given Stalwart's recent influx of wealth, they worry they may be the band's next target. Magran's Faithful have been heading north and were last seen at Searing Falls. They're led by a woman named Roydwith. I've defeated Magran's Faithful and taken Roydwith's head as proof. I claim the bounty on Magran's Faithful. Nesta says, "Gods, it's freezing out here. Let's get this over with quickly." I'd go inside the fishery, but the smell, ugh. I'm also regretting having the fish stew at the inn. One of the fishermen said they found a body in one of the barrels once. Oh, it must be Zahua. Zahua says, "If you have a more uncomfortable place to nap, I'm willing to accept suggestions." Why does Zahua want an uncomfortable place to nap? For his meditation? Nesta says, according to the town's records, the fishery doesn't export much these days. Why do they keep it open? It's an unnecessary drain on resources, better spent on the White Forge and the mines. Closing down the fishery could help convince the investors that Stalwart is serious about maintaining its prosperity. Ari says, the fishery helps keep Stalwart self-reliant, less expense in acquiring outside food. Nesta says, that's a pragmatic answer. I'll see that the fishery remains open should any objections against it be raised. I like to have spoken to the head fisherman, but it seems he was run out of town. Normally, that would be of great concern to the investors, but it seems that the fishery is prospering in his absence. Oh well. I'll be heading over to the Stalwart mines next. My clients are concerned about the security and safety of the mines. Meet me there when you're ready. Stalwart mines, where is it? Villager says hunting party got stuck in a blizzard last week. Ondra's mad about her temple. Miner says, I swear there's something strange going on in the mines. Really? Oh, I can enter the mines? I could not previously. Lumps of iron ore fill the cart. What other new places I can go to now? I guess it's only the mines now. Very well. Miner says if you're looking for work, Ismay might have something for you. Ismay. People keep talking about hearing voices in the tunnels. Same superstitions we had about the battery. Good work at the battery, guess we owe you our livelihoods. Been having some tough times in the mines. Nothing like the open air. Being in the tunnels too long can really take it out of you. I swear there's something strange going on in the mines. Fresh coals lie at the bottom of the smelter. Scattered spots of yellow powder blotch the surface of the barrels. The stench of sulfur lingers in the air.
No, please! You've got the wrong man! I don't remember any of this!
Quiet! We'll get the truth out of you soon enough. Take him away!
Orman Ismay. A stern-faced woman approaches you. Her already impressive frown is only emphasized by her slight underbite. She folds her arms. Ismay says, Nesta mentioned someone would be coming along. Be careful where you wander. These mines are still crawling with all sorts of pests. We haven't been able to clear them out yet. Of course you have experience with that sort of thing, I hear. Guess we have to thank you for opening the battery. I'm Ismay, the foreman. I've been keeping busy around here since the battery's fires were lit. A little busier than I'd like, sometimes. Aris Mittal says, nice to see I've made a name for myself. Ismay says, well, if you're half as good as they say, we could definitely use your help. Things are hard enough around here with the local wildlife. Last thing we needed to deal with was a murder, of all things. Aris says, tell me about this murder. Ismay says, You probably saw Gamel getting carted off, found him by the body of another miner, Sameth. We've lost quite a few miners recently. Most just vanished. Sameth's the first corpse to stick around. We may have caught Gamel, but we haven't been able to find the bodies. You know, if anyone can help us put all this to rest, it's you. I'd like to be able to give these miners' families some answers, even if it's bad news. Aris says, tell me about Gamel. Ismay says, don't know him so well. Certainly never pegged him for a killer. I'd say you're better off questioning him yourself. See if he'll tell you where he stashed the corpses. Aris asks, what do you know about the victim, Sameth? Ismay says, poor Sameth. His body's up the tunnel to the east. Folks say you've got a knack for making sense of corpses, like the Dunrid rose swords, right? Aris says, I'll look into it. Ismay says, I appreciate the help. We certainly need it. Aris says, I have a few questions for you. Ismay says, what do you want to know? Sure thing. Aris says, about those missing miners. Ismay says, did you find anything? Aris says, tell me about Gamel. Aris asks, why are these mines so important? Ismay says, the demand for ore's gone up since you opened up the battery. Everyone wants their own shiny piece of Durgan steel. Thing is, the battery was hit pretty hard by the tremors. With the battery mines collapse, we're the only game in town. Ah, so there is a mine near the battery, but it's collapsed. Aris asks, how are the mines holding up? Ismay says, Taina did most of the work of whipping this place into shape before I got here. But she's getting on in years. Taina, isn't it the dwarf woman, whose soul got awakened by Aris, but then put down again? Ismay says, in the end she felt it was better to hand things off. She still drops by occasionally to make sure the workers are in order. Ah, so Taina retires, all right. Ismay says the beasts aren't going away anytime soon. Now that Gamel's gone and killed somebody, folks are probably starting to think we should just abandon these tunnels again. Alright.
You see Gamel?
How could I miss it? Looks like he went swimming in Sameth's blood.
Blazes. Never would have pegged him for a freak.
Miner says Gamel never would have thought. I'm worried about his tremors. Hope these mines are worth the trouble. You ever got lost? Follow the wall on your right, you'll get out eventually. Stalwart militia. We're spread too thin through these mines. Really? It's good to see you here, Aris Mittal. Keep your eye out for any trouble. Ismay says, still hanging around here. What can I do for you? Scrolls and papers documenting the sale of iron ore and sulfur are crammed onto the shelves. Gamel. It's fairly clear why Gamel is under suspicion. His face is spattered with blood. His hands are bound, but you can see blood and scraps of flesh under his fingernails. Gamel's posture is hunched, and tears have dug tracks through the layer of gore on his face. You find yourself the target of a pleading expression the moment you're in sight. Aris says, I have a few questions for you. Gamel looks up to you wide-eyed. As he opens his mouth to speak, you notice that his teeth and lips are stained with blood also. Gamel says, please, it's like I told them. I don't know what happened. I can't remember a thing. There's no way I could have done that to Sameth. Aris says, if you're innocent, I'll do my best to prove it. Gamel says, thank you. That's all I'm asking for, is a chance. I didn't do this. I don't deserve what they'll do to me. What questions did you have? Aris asks. What's the last thing you can remember? Gamel says, Tarek, shaking me awake. I was on the floor. Sameth was curled up nearby and he was dead. Gamel's face crumples. That's all. There's hours just gone, out of my head. Aris asks, who's Tarek? Gamel says, he handles construction in the tunnels. There was a cave into the north, and he and the others have been working on clearing it for a while now. He must have been grabbing supplies for the crew when he found me. Aris asks, where are the other miners? Gamel says, I don't know. Nobody knows where the miners have gone. I swear it. I didn't have anything to do with it. Gamel's wide, earnest gaze suggests he's sincere, or at least he has convinced himself. Aris Mittal says, I believe you. Gamel says, you do? Thank you. This has all been a nightmare. Aris asks, what do you do here? Gamel says, me? I'm just a dragsman. Load the carts, get the ore from here to there. I do whatever they ask me to, really. I haven't lived in Stalwart long. Heard they needed more hands to work the mines. Thought I could make a fresh go of it. Maybe even see the battery. Why is this happening to me? Gamel tries to wipe his nose with the back of a hand, leaving crimson smears behind. Aris says that's all. Whispers in the dark. Gamel gazes up at you bleakly, waiting for you to speak.
Back to warm your hands, eh? What can I do for you?
Very well.
Indeed.
Miner says, look out, Zaurips, run! Confused miner says, why did you lock the crystal away? Why punish us like this? Someone must have the crystal. Where is it? Is he being possessed? Tarek says, come on folks, get moving. Let's get this done. This miner stares blankly ahead, eyes wide and unfocused. The cave-ins have created openings to the outside. Snow has settled upon the rocks above. Tarek says, "Need something. We're trying to get this place cleared out." He squints at you. "What are you doing in here anyway?" Aris says, "I heard you were the one to find Gamel. I have some questions." Tarek says, Glad someone's finally taking an interest in what's been going on around here. Sure, ask away." Aris asks, "Where did you find Gamel?" Tarek says, "Found him out to the east, hunched over Sameth's dead body. The state of him. Thought he'd gone feral or something." Tarek shakes his head. Aris says, "One of your workers was acting a little strangely." Tarek says, "I noticed that, have you? Noticed that, have you? I think it's something to do with the sulfur. After they're sent to fetch it back from the east mines, they all come back a little off. So, there's something brewing in the east, yeah?" Tarek says, "Caught some of them wandering in circles, talking to themselves." Tarek shrugs. "Didn't seem to last once they were outside the mines?" Aris says, "The eastern mines seem to be the site of a lot of trouble." Tarek says, "My guess? It's gas, bubbling up from underground, coming out with the sulfur, messing with people's heads. Knew a guy once, got a lungful. He decided to shuck off all his clothes and run hollering through the tunnels. We all got an eyeful, but at least he didn't hurt anybody. Be careful if you head over there. Ceylon uses constructs for digging, and they double as guards. Just give her a heads up, you're on the way, maybe." Aris asks, "What's Ceylon's job here?" Tarek says, "I have her picking out some potential sites for new tunnels at the moment. Otherwise, she wrangles the constructs, mostly these days. Her aim is to have the constructs do most of the dangerous work. You have to ask her how she's getting on with that. I never like those things myself." Aris asks, "Has anyone from your crew gone missing?" Tarek says, "Not a one. Guess we've been lucky." Aris says, "That's all." Tarek says, "Something I can do for you. I really should get back to work." Sameth's body is laid out cleanly. You can see his throat has been torn out, and his face has deep scratches in it. His hands are stained a light yellow. Yellow sulfur? "You here for the body?" says a stalwart militia. Miner's note. A set of fragmented notes is scribbled almost illegibly on a scrap of parchment. Tunnels. Remember lamp. Keep hand on right wall hallway. Watch for spiders. A peek inside these shallow burrows reveals the gleaming stare of many eyes. Oh, spider younglings, perhaps? Elan says, "Hey there, hang on just a moment." She turns towards the nearby constructs. Stand down, Sealan says. The constructs stop instantly, limbs going limp at their sides. Sealan says, there we are. Now what can I do for you? Aris asks, you control these constructs. Sealan says that's right. Pretty solid workers, seeing as they don't eat, sleep, or go crazy and kill their workmates. She smirks. Not as often as your usual miner anyway. Aris asks, I'm looking into the disappearance of the miners for Ismay. Can you answer some questions? Sealan says, I suppose so. Not sure how much help I'm going to be. Tarik's the one that found Gamel. Aris asks, do you think Gamel's responsible? Sealan says, sure looks that way, seeing as he's got bits of Sameth in his teeth. She grimaces. Aris asks, have you noticed any strange behavior in the other miners? Sealan says, mining's rough work at the best of times. It's why I like using the constructs. I think these tunnels just start to get to people over time. Never thought Gamel would snap like that, but sometimes, yeah, folks start acting a little strange, like when, who was it? Sealan frowns. You know, my memory's been acting up lately. I'm starting to think Tarik might be onto something with that gas theory of his. Gas, okay. Aris says farewell. Sealan says swing on by if you have any more. Sealan's gaze seems to slide off you. With a sudden convulsive ripple, her posture changes. She hunches forward, and her arms dangle loosely at her sides. What? Sealan says, brothers, sisters, Teranat is here. Her head turns towards you, but her gaze is empty. Aris asks, Teranat, should I back away? Aris asks, are you alright? Sealan says, we've been looking for you. We know what you've done. Sealan's legs trudge forward in a slow, ponderous steps, as if she might collapse under her own weight at any moment. Aris asks, did you hear me? Sealan says, take him away, lock him up until we get what we want. The constructs behind her turn as one, their clawed fingers at the ready. The constructs charge towards you. Oh, come on. Sealan becomes enemies? Have I done something wrong? A yellow tinge vapor gusts occasionally from these vents, leaving an acrid odor in the air. This dark burrow extends deep into the wall of the mines. Unlike the miners' tunnels, the walls here have an almost slick texture, interspersed with damp pressed earth. A few paces past the entrance, the tunnel widens considerably. You find yourself at a crossroads where the tunnel splits off in 3 directions. 2 tunnels lead to the left and right, while the third stretches on ahead of you. You can feel a breeze, faint but steady, coming from the tunnel to your right. Retrace your steps to the exit. You trace your steps and make your way back to the exit.
These miners seem a little loopy to you?
Contract of sale. This document details the purchase by someone named Silan of a handful of constructs for use in the sulfur mines. The seller appears to have been one Galvino. Galvino is the old man near the Durgan's battery, right? The one who created... the one who created Karok, right? Okay. Take the path to the left. Walking on, you come to a fork in the road. The tunnel splits here, curving away to the left and right. You hear faint rustling down the tunnel to your left, and the repetitive tap-tap-tap of bristly legs striking the cavern floor. Take the path to the left. As you head down the tunnel, you come upon a spiderling clinging to the cavern wall. It hisses fearsomely at you, brandishing his fangs. Undeterred, you hiss back. The spiderling turns and flees into the darkness. You trudge gamely down the path, only to find that the cavern eventually comes to a dead stop. The only way forward is behind you. Turn around. Walking on, you come to a fork in the road. The tunnel splits here, curving away to the left and right. Take the path to the left. At the end of the path, you find yourself facing a dead end. A pile of boulders and dirt has fallen into the passage, blocking your way. You notice gaps between some of the rocks, though. These are too narrow to pass through. Use a hammer and chisel to weaken the boulder. You chip determinedly away at the stone. After a long period of heavy toil, you manage to break one of the smaller boulders. Several rocks tumble away, clearing a path just wide enough to pass through. The path stretches on for a long way, taking you through a seemingly endless stretch of featureless stone. Walking alone, you come to a fork in the road. The tunnel splits here, curving away to the left and right. Damp but not entirely unpleasant breeze flows toward you from the tunnel to your left. Take the path to the right. The floor rises sharply beneath your feet here, forcing you into a near crawl, but it gives away just as sharply a short distance ahead. Walking on, you come to a fork in the road. The tunnel splits here, curving away to the left and right. Faint breeze blows at your back, coming down the tunnel behind you. Take the path to the right. You plunge forward into darkness. Reaching out, you can feel the walls continuing to the left or right, but you cannot see what lies just ahead. You hear faint rustling down the tunnel to your left, and the repetitive tap-tap-tap of bristly legs striking the cavern floor. Faint breeze blows at your back. Coming down the tunnel behind you, light a torch. You hold your torch aloft, and the tunnels take shape ahead of you. Paths lead off to the left, the right, and straight ahead. Faint breeze blows at your back. Coming down the tunnel behind you, take the path to the right. Walking on, you come to a fork in the road. The tunnel splits here, curving away to the left and right. Take the path to the right. You head down the tunnel and nearly stumble headlong into a massive spider. You catch the glint of its mandibles as it rears. A claw-tipped leg smashes painfully across your temple. You reel away, dazed, and the beast scuttles away into the darkness. Not much further along, the tunnel comes to a sharp and sudden stop. You can see no way forward from here. Turn around. Take path to the left. Right. Right. You stumble upon a skeleton, propped up against a small chest. Tatters of its old clothes tell you this person may have been a miner. Take the treasure. Comtessa's Gauge. You come to what you initially mistake for a wall. A thick tangle of pale, twisting roots stretches across this tunnel, blocking further passage. You see light up ahead as the tunnel comes to an end. Stepping clear of the tunnel, You find yourself in a new cavern system, a thick layer of spiderweb under your feet. Vithrak Luminary. Someone must have the crystal. Where is it? I know you're hiding the crystal. Give it to me. Oh, it's a Vithrak. Alright. The Vithrak took control of the miners, I think. Dang it. What are they doing here? The light from these mushrooms illuminates the dust in the air, revealing the thick clouds of spores. You feel your nose tense up as you breathe.
I'm here. It's done.
Minerals from the stalactite overhead have condensed on this small web. Clean water falls from the web and coalesces below. So the Vithrak is using the web as some sort of filter to filter the water into drinking water. I see.
Let's see what we found.
The throat of the Vithrak. What? The throat of the Vithrak has been torn out, and deep gouges have been scratched into its face. Tiny spiders run across the web in droves. Vithrak Luminary says, "Let us in. We need more. More. Give us more."
I have them! Not even slowing us down!
These are different types of Vithrak than the ones Ares have encountered before. Vithrak Luminary and Vithrak Brute. So the miners have created tunnels that lead to this Vithrak colony. Interesting.
I'm here. Let's see what we... Let's see what we found. Yes? It's done. I'm here. It's done. Indeed. What's this?
Wrapped up in a bundle of webs, you can see small spike Vithrak eggs. Periodically they pulse with movement from within.
The door! Release me!
Whose voice was that? He said the door. Release me. How do I know if you are dangerous or not? Terenat, the Vithrak stares at you, its spider-like features unreadable. Its speech, as it forms within your thoughts, is delivered in an even low timbre. Terenat says, "Why have you come here, Orlan's spawn, to slaughter our people?" Aris asks, "How is it you speak Aidiran so clearly?" Terenat says, "Our people are capable of much. Some simply hold less interest in learning your tongue." Aris says, "Some of the Stalwart miners are being affected by your colony." Terenat, from the tilt of his head, the Vithrak appears to be thinking. You hear a series of low hollow clicks. Terenat says, "Perhaps we share a common enemy, Orlan. You seek to help this kith, and I would save my colony. We have heard of your encounter with Tacharek, far beneath Kaidnua. I am told Strevek Narith will have the secret of Adra with which to strengthen its walls." "Ah, Tacharek, I remember him, yeah. I gave him the artifacts in his pursuit to, I don't know, to upgrade or to develop or to save his colony. So I'm guessing this Terenat is also on the same mission like the Charek, to bring whatever they can find in this region back to Strevek Narith." Aris Mittal says, "You want my help? Tell me what's going on." Terenat says, "What is it you wish to know?" Aris asks, "What happened to the other Vithrak?" Terenat says, "An infection has claimed our people. It began when the scouts came upon a strange plant, a radiant spore. It lived alongside a nest of spiders, each deriving sustenance from the other. A marvel of nature, something that we might use. They brought it into our territory, not seeing the danger. It was a matter of days before many of us had ingested the spores." Aris asks, "Why did the other Vithrak lock you up?" Terenat says, "I hid something important to them, the resonance crystal. There is a crystal, great, beautiful, enchanted, which grants us passage into the common house. I hope that my kin would improve if they were prevented from returning there, but it only made them desperate." Aris asks, "Where did you hide the crystal?" Terenat says, "I have hidden it in the nest to the south. The pillars made of webbing. It is in the part farthest from the door. Please hurry. The longer the spore keeps its hold upon us, the more my people suffer." Aris asks, "What is a radiant spore?" Terranat says that is what we came to call the creature, for there was a light about it. I have seen similar beasts in the caverns, but never quite like this. It has grown to enormous size in little time. One center stalk, vines like pillars. It has used our own gifts against us. The connection between our kin it uses to spread its own words, its thoughts. Aris asks, why did your people consume the spores? Terranat says the spores strengthen our abilities. Many believe we might all be made more powerful, but what began as a study became addiction. It only took one to fall victim to the compulsion. Remember, kids, drugs are bad. Those who consume the spores began to hear its words, then its instructions. We fought at first, tried to control it, failed. Aris asks, why aren't you infected? Terranat says, I was cautious. I did not partake. Some were forced by those infected to consume the spores. I hid myself until I could retrieve the crystal. You feel a faint pulse of shame alongside the admission. Aris asks, where is the radiant spore now? Terranat says, I sealed it within the common house at the center of our territory. I could not let our people bring the spore to the colony at Moltus Kumir. Oh, so there are several colonies. Okay, so the Charek colony is Strvek Navid, and Terranat's colony is Moltus Kumir. So this place is a temporary place, like a mining site for them to find resources, just as Tacharek went with his people to the place below Kaitnua for resources and artifacts to bring back to their respective colonies. Terranat says, the door to the chamber is sealed with a glyph. There is a crystal which held before that glyph resonates with a specific tone. That tone opens the doors. Aris asks, do you know what's happening to the miners? Terranat says, for a long time, we simply avoided the Kith tunnels, but the infection has heightened my people's power over weaker minds. The infected ones project their thoughts, their awareness. They find themselves in strange soft bodies and have no care what damage they do. It is madness. You feel a sweeping aura of regret from the Vithrak. Leave. Terranat says, you return. You feel the Vithrak's irritation almost as your own. Frustration pulses from him like a palpable aura. Is this Terranat being tied by a web somehow? Vithra crystal, an oddly shaped crystal. When it is held tightly, you hear a sharp tone emanate from it. Aris asks, is this the crystal you mention? Tyrannot says, yes, that is it. With that, you can enter the common house and deal with this radiant spore. Why do I have to deal with it? Why not you? Or, why don't you come with us and help us deal with it? Tyrannot says, please hurry. The longer the spore keeps its hold upon us, the more my people suffer. Why don't you come with us and help us? Why do Aris have to do the dirty work?
That is disgusting.
Radiant spore. This towering mushroom pulses and writhes with life. Each sinuous movement shakes loose new clouds of small, incandescent blue spores. The air is thick with them. You hear a muffled hum in the air, like the murmur of a distant voices. Aris asks, hello? You hear nothing but the creak of the radiant spore's movements. Aris says, let the Vithrak go. You hear nothing but the creak of the radiant spore's movements. Inhale some of the radiant spores. You step forward into the cascade of spores and breathe deep. The air smells sweet. The air smells sweet, like you've stepped into a garden, but it leaves a tingling numbness in its wake. The world around you seems to tilt, colors shifting, sound falling away. Kana says, I'm not sure that's... well, he's gone and done it. Radiant Spore says, welcome. The spore's voice fills the room, as grand and overbearing as its pulsating form. Aris says, blazes, it talks. You hear laughter, laced with amused contempt. Radiant Spore says, take more. You will understand soon enough. Wait, what? Requirement not met? I have 18. I have 18 constitution. What happened? What? I have 18 constitution. Why is it says requirement not met? What? Aris says, get away from me. The radiant spore words wash over you, ringing in your ears. You try to step back but cannot convince your feet to move. Aris asks, what are you doing to me? These questions do not matter. Keep breathing, says the radiant spore. Resist. You struggle fiercely, filling your head with silent screams. For a moment, the radiant spore is silent, expectant, as if waiting to see if you will be a threat. When it speaks, it seems pleased. Radiant spore says, "Very good. Now, let's be rid of these pests." What?
I'm here. Indeed.
Okay. Terranat, our minds are returned, and Moltul's Kumir is safe. You have done a great thing, Orlan. Okay. I will tell my people they are in your debt. Hst. Hst. Okay. I hear only my kin. It is good to be free, says Vithrak Brute. Terranat says you have helped us. We are grateful. We have lost so many. You step past the gnarled roots and enter the burrow, following it through into the dark network of twisting passages. Explore tunnels. Okay. Foreman Ismay says, seems like the miners are back to their senses. Almost like someone smacked them all in the back of the head. What you do out there? Aris says, I found a Vithra colony underneath the mines. A malicious fungus infected their people. The spore was behind all these attacks and disappearances. Ismay says, well, can't say I would have guessed that one. I'm just glad you've put an end to this mess. Which leaves me with the decision of what to do with Gamel. Aris says, Gamel wasn't in control of his actions. You shouldn't blame him. Ismay says, guess you're right. We'll keep an eye on him for a little while, then see about setting him loose. Take this. A token of gratitude for all the hard work is the least I can offer. Now, is there something more I can do for you? Yes. Strip before me, Aumaua lady. Aris, how could you? You pervert. Nesta says, it's impressive how quickly Stalwart reopened the mine and got it operational. She looks around approvingly. I'm a little concerned about this incident involving some of the miners. Something that was causing erratic, sometimes violent behavior. They say you solved the issue. Care to enlighten me? Aris says, a giant spore in the Vithrak caverns was mind-controlling the miners, as well as the Vithrak. The spore's dead now. Nesta says, but the Vithrak are not, correct? She thinks a moment. I'll have to make a note of their presence in my report. Defiance Bay will insist on having a squad of Crucible Knights protecting the mines as part of the trade agreement. No offense to Stalwart's militia intended, of course. Aris says, Cleaver is a friend of mine. Tell him that Stalwart can handle its own security and doesn't need any of his knights. Nesta says, oh, I didn't know that you knew the commander of the Crucible Knights. I'll note your recommendation then. There's one more stop I must make, the White Forge. I like to assess the skills of the smiths assigned to the forge. See you there. All right. Gamel says, oh bless you. I knew someone would uncover the truth. You want to pay? You want to thank Aris for what he has done? Aris will give you an offer, with good pay, of course. From now on, if you accept, you will become the eyes and ears for Aris. Do you accept? We'll let you think about it. Tarek says, not sure what you and Ismay did, but everyone's living up in a hurry. Well, it was all Aris. Ismay did nothing. Alright.
Can't believe they're letting that animal go free.
It's all the new blood in town. They're soft.
You'd better not show his face around here, that's all I'm saying.
Hey miners, listen. Gamel's not at fault. It's a giant spore. The spore is dead, okay? Why are you still blaming Gamel, knowing that the mushroom is at fault? Why are you ignoring the fact that Gamel is innocent? It doesn't make sense.
I have them!
Yes? Of course. I'm here.
Okay, since we're back in Deadwood, let's go back home and check how the situation is there. Let's visit home, okay? Let's go back to Kaid Nua.
Last thing the Deerwood needs is another foreign colony.
A supplicant has arrived. Leaving in 3 days. If ignored, -3 prestige. Pay off. Yeah, let's pay off. Aris is rich.
I trust all is well. Please let me know if there's anything I can do to help.
How are you, my dear steward? I came to visit you. How are you holding up? What is the state of the keep? Okay, nothing new? Fine. Carry on.
I must say, I'm impressed.
Too predictable.
half asleep, a tide of deafening whispers assails you, chipping away at your senses. Your mind's understanding of itself. Their roar is louder with each passing night, their attacks more brazen, less confined to your subconscious. A familiar voice fights its way through the din, calling out to you.
Hey! Hey! You gotta stop it with that. I just about punched you to snap you out of it. You were saying things, but they weren't any words I ever heard. You were shaking so hard I thought you'd crack your spine.
Adair rolls his eyes, relieved to see you looking back at him. Adair shakes his head. Aris asks, what happened to the bucket of cold water? Adair shrugs and looks away, concealing his smile poorly. Aris says, things haven't improved. My mind may be going.
Yeah, so I noticed. I'd have woken you sooner, but I thought it'd be nice for you to be able to close your eyes a bit. Folks don't last long without sleep. You're twitchy these days. Reminds me of Meyerwald more than I'd like. Anything I can do, you just let me know. We're close on this one. Hang on a little longer. We'll get you fixed up.
Last thing the Deerwood needs is another foreign colony.
Of course.
Where have you got to this time?
Royce, this woman looks at you like she's used to hearing bad news. She shakes her head and holds up her hands before you can even begin. Royce says, look, you can tell Hammond that I ain't seen Mila all day, and besides, he ought to keep a better eye on his shop if he don't want little uns poking around. Royce folds her arms and plants her feet wide. Aris asks, what's this about? Royce blinks and is suddenly embarrassed. Oh, you're the one who opened up the battery, aren't you? It's really nothing someone like you needs to be concerned with. She hesitates before deciding to continue. Actually, it's my girl, Mila. Been getting herself into all sorts of trouble, poking around that Hammond's emporium. She rolls her eyes, but bites her lower lip nervously a moment later. But you ain't hear about her, huh? Aris asks, what's Hammond's emporium? Royce says, new shop, built it where Katie's home used to be, near the western palisade. Hammond's one of them that came up from Deerwood, sells good steel, but just about holds his nose every time he crosses paths with one of us. Aris asks, you don't know where your own child is? Royce backs away like she's been slapped. Royce says, I didn't say that. Unable to look you in the eyes, her gaze darts to the ground. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, but it's hard keeping track of her, what with all the commotion around here lately. Aris says, don't be so hard on yourself. I'm sure she'll turn up. Do you need any help finding her? Royce says, she's been out for quite a while now. There's nothing new. Royce chews her lip, wondering. Still, I can't help but worry that she's gone and gotten herself into some trouble. If you could keep an eye or two open for her while you're in town, I'd greatly appreciate it. Aris says. Aris shrug and vaguely nod. No promises. Royce says, well, She raises an eyebrow, unsure of how to interpret your body language. If you do see her, please send her back this way. I'd appreciate it. Aris says, I have a few questions for you. Royce says, needs something. Aris asks, do you recognize this place? Royce squints at it. Mountains and a cave. Lot of those in these parts. Royce squints. Those lines there could be standing stones, like the ones at Whitestone Hollow. Huh, I don't know why she would go off there. Okay, I don't remember where I got this drawing. Aris asks, is there someplace Mila likes to run off to? Royce says, she often takes off to Hammond's emporium. She shrugs. Has a problem with looking at things instead of touching them. Hammond's been on my back the past few days to keep her away. Aris asks, might her father know where she's gone? Royce says, please don't worry him. He's in enough trouble at his job already. Royce smiles weakly. Truly all of us appreciate what you did, opening the battery back up. Folks like my Lord God are making good money patching up all the damage out front. Please don't set his mind spinning about where Mila is. Aris says, he's Mila's father. If she's in trouble, it isn't right to hide it from him. Roy says, and I'm her mother. A wrinkle of annoyance creases her forehead. I know you're trying to help, but I really think it's best to not distract Lord Gar while he's working. Leave. Roy says, don't suppose you've caught sight of Mila yet? Royce folds her arms and worries at a sleeve. Okay. The drawing mentions a cave. Must be the cave I've been to before, with lots of bones. Oh, wicked. Wicked are grown hollowborn, right? The wicked I encounter in the Black Meadow were hostile. These ones are friendly. Mila says, and the fox from the farmer did run and leap. Run and leap. Oh, what he did to those poor little sheep. Despite the girl singing, the wigs around her are strangely calm. They scratch their claws in the dirt, bloodshot eyes half closed, while the girl sings and hums her song. Suddenly, she looks up and notices you. She looks around the cave, as if hoping that you're here for someone else. Mila says, I'm Mila. These are my friends. She waves an arm toward the Wicts, then regards you with some concern. Did you come to play with us? The Wict looks up at the worry in her voice. Their pupils narrow to pinpricks. Aris says, your mother's looking for you. Mila flinches. Her face crunches into a defiant little frown. The Wicts notice the sudden movement and hiss. Oh, the Wict can sense her frustration. Mila says, big tongue. Mila's high-pitched voice cries out at the nearest hissing Wict, be nice. She turns her attention back to you. So it is possible to tame the Wict. So all those Hollowborn that were killed, there is actually a way to make them tame, instead of killing them. Huh. Mila says, I don't want to go back. She yells at me. I just want to play here with my friends. Mila makes a little mound of dirty snow. Aris says, "You can't stay here forever." Mila says, "You can't make me go." She crosses her arms over her knees, dangerously close to holding her breath. Aris says, "These aren't your friends, they're wicts." Mila says, "They are my friends. I saw them eating a stinky deer because they were hungry. Then I brought them some chicken. Now they're my friends." She looks at you matter-of-factly, as though completing a lecture. "So don't call them wicts." Aris says, "I'm sorry. I don't have your level of expertise. Thanks for the explanation." Mila says, "You're welcome." She waves her hand, graciously accepting the apology. "I know all about them, actually. Anyway, I like playing here. It's more fun than being yelled at by Mother and Hammond." Mila scowls. Hmm. Aris gestures toward Mila. "Sagani, would you mind?" Sagani leans close. "Young lady, either you get yourself home right now, or I'll drag you there by your ears. I'm gonna count to 10. Sagani stands up and folds her arms. She raises one finger, then another. Mila's eyes grow wide and watery. After a moment's consideration, she begins quickly shuffling toward the mouth of the cave. The wicks begin to follow her out, but as they leave the cave, they are distracted by the sights and sounds of animals. Wait, what? The wicks begin to follow her out, but as they leave the cave, they are distracted by the sights and sounds of animals in the wilderness. One by one, the wicks slink off into the underbrush to hunt. Oh, Mila's eyes were watery. I feel sorry for the child, but she needs... This is for her own safety, though. No one can be sure whether these wicks will remain friendly forever. "See you back in the village, mister." "Yeah, I'm sorry, Mila, but this is for your own good. I'm sorry." So these bones are the leftovers of whatever animals that the wicks eat. Or maybe some kith also. Miner says can't believe Gamel's walking free. It's because he's innocent, you fool. Royce says, Ondra bless you. My Mila's back. Royce's wind-chapped face is puffy, and her eyes are red. And that girl's not leaving my sight for a week. She glares down at Mila and clears her throat loudly. Mila shuffles forward and speaks in a tone of recitation. Okay, your daughter just escaped danger narrowly. Please, don't. She just returned, okay? She just returned because she doesn't like being yelled at. I know that some disciplines are required, but she just returned from the cave. She almost got herself in danger. Please, at least for the time being, don't scold her. Don't get angry at her, okay? The least you could do right now is to hug her and tell her how much you love her, that you're worried about her, and that you're happy you see her safe. That's it. Don't get angry at her. Mila says, I'm sorry for all the trouble I caused. Thank you for bringing me home. I promise not to wander off ever again. She glances up at her mother. When Royce nods, Mila gives you a handful of warm, sweaty coins. Aris says, no need for that, you keep it. Mila looks back at Royce, who nods. Mila says, thank you, mister. The girl pockets the grubby coins, still not looking at you. Okay. But when Royce glances away to exchange pleasantries with someone else, Mila looks at you shyly and whispers, thank you for not killing my friends. I found a bubble hat back in the woods, by the roots that look like dragon tails. I tried to put it on, but it was too heavy. Mila glances back at Royce, who's still distracted. But you can have it if you want. It's still there by the roots. Thank you, Mila. Thank you. Next time, don't go there again, okay? The wicks are very, very dangerous. Mila says, I didn't even tell Papa about the bubble hat. It's by the lake under the big roots. Thank you, Mila. Thank you. Roy says, I'm so happy our Mila's back.
Let's see what we found.
Ivera's diving helmet. This diving helmet appears to have been a Vylian experiment in assisting underwater exploration. Though it only holds a small amount of air, a clever magical enchantment pressurizes the bell enough to allow for deeper dives than are normally possible. A clever magical enchantment pressurizes the bell enough to allow for deeper dives than are normally possible. Okay, a combination of science and magic.
War on rock!
Nesta says, "That was a close one." Nesta quivers with exhaustion. I'm usually much more adept at avoiding brigand ambushes. Aris says, "You could have helped me fight them." Nesta shakes her head. "I have much more practice at running, and besides, I just have gotten in your way. You had things under control." "That was a close one." Aris asks, "Why were they after you?" Nesta says, "I'm occasionally mistaken for a tax collector. It's possibly that those brigands made that assumption." Aris says, "Let's go." Nesta, "I'll see you at the White Forge then." Okay, let's visit Galvino. I wonder how he's doing now. Galvino says, "I must congratulate you. I had little idea that your work at the battery would attract an army." Galvino raises his arms in greeting. "With any luck, they will finish what the devil started in Stalwart." Oh, he still wants Stalwart to pay for driving him out. Okay.
The devil has not scorched you yet, eh? Perfetto!
Okay, no more new dialogues. This place used to not have these logs. I guess they're trying to build a new wall to restore the wall. I see. We're going to make the walls even higher, says the worker. Good to see you around here again. Really? Go inside if you want warm food and rest. Hopefully we'll get our hands on the cannons at the top of the west tower. It'll make Stalwart a safer place. We're better off here than in the mines. Worker says the days are long and the work's hard, but the pay is worth it.
You want me to go back up there? After nearly losing my leg?
You still got it, don't ya?
Lord God says, well-met stranger. He scratches his head. Wait, I know you. You're the one that cracked this jelly jar in the first place. He laughs and claps you on the back. You address the Lord of Kaitnua in such a way? Well, just kidding. Lord God says, in that case, well met indeed, and thanks for the job. He leans forward to shake your hand. As he does, he notices that he's favoring his right leg, and his left hand is roughly bandaged. I shouldn't talk too long or I'll get an earful. Lord God glances over his shoulder. Aris asks, What happened to you? Lodgar says bad hip that got worse after a night with Kulmar's rot gut. He laughs, but is wincing too. A night with Kulmar's rot gut? Lodgar says it'll heal. Just got to fix this place up before anything else falls apart. Aris asks, aren't you Mila's father? Lodgar beams, sure am. What's my little troublemaker gotten into this time? Aris shows Lodgar the drawing. Do you know where this is? Lodgar says that's... He's initially confused, but grins at the mess of lines. White stone hollow, eh? Lodgar stabs a callous finger at spot on the sketch. I think these are supposed to be the standing stones. Look at that, my kid's an artist. Lodgar smiles at the drawing. Thanks for bringing this. I'll tack it up next to my cot. Lodgar takes the picture and carefully tucks it away. Aris says farewell. Kulmar says, hopefully we'll get our hands on the cannons at the top of the West Tower. It'll make Stalwart a safer place. Wengra. The back of the Orlan's head is a patchwork of singed green-brown fur and dark scar-rippled flesh. She notices you and jumps back a foot. One of her staring eyes is gold, and the other is hazel. She flicks her left ear, which is a little more than a knob on her skull. At last she relaxes.
I think we found Haravius' mom.
Hiravia? Wait, I've heard that name before. Hiravia. Oh, Hiravia is the Orlan that we recruit back in what was the place? Something Gorge. Yeah, it's the Orlan that we recruit.
Ha! Took you for one of them red Sarens. Then I saw you had all your teeth. Ha ha ha!
Wengra shouting at you, but a friendly smile warms her face. She smells of sulfur and smoke. Wengra mentions red Serans. Is Wengra an escaped slave? Perhaps. Aris says, I've also got more than half a brain.
Hang on, gotta talk into my good ear.
She yells even louder, swiveling a hairless but whole ear toward you.
Now what was... Say, ain't I seen you somewhere?
Wengra scratches a bald patch on her cheek. Aris says, I've just got one of those faces.
No, I got it. You're the one who got us into this place.
Wengra snaps. She thumbs the wall with her fist.
And you fired up the White Forge.
Wonder glimmers in her eyes. Such enthusiasm.
Must have been a real sight up close. All that fire. Ugh.
Wengra takes a deep breath. Aris asks, Aris says, imagine flames everywhere and rumbling so deep it rattles your bones.
Sometimes I stand on the bridge to the mines just to feel the heat.
Wengra trembles with feverish enthusiasm.
Ugh, I keep wanting to see the forge for myself, but the blacksmiths won't let me near it. Don't know why.
Wengra scratches her arm. A clump of burnt hair falls to the snow. Okay, why are the blacksmiths not allowing her to go close? Is it dangerous? I take it she's in charge of whatever is going on out here. Maybe the walls and other stuff. Aris asks, what are you doing out here?
Oh, you know, clearing tunnels, blowing old barricades, just tidying up.
Wengra grins, showing all of her teeth. Clearing tunnels? Be careful, it might lead you to a Vithrak colony, or other giant spiders.
But soon, I've got to start testing the cannons.
Wengra's voice has dropped to a whisper, or at least her closest approximation of one. She clasps her hands together and looks up at the high tower with nearly religious reverence. Aris asks, what do you mean? Wengra shakes her head as if at a wayward child.
They may be a small army, but they're still an army. Group out of Raid Saris, calling themselves the Iron Flail.
The words trigger a sudden flashback to your dream of the mysterious army and the destruction of Kait Nua. As the image fades, you see once more the vision of 100 eyes, watching you and something just beyond.
We held them off a few weeks ago, but they didn't run far. Set up a fort in the woods, and I hear they're working on some really fantastic siege weapons.
Wengra's eyes glow. Okay, so the people at the battery drove them back off. So Stalwart at least has... Stalwart's military, or whatever they call it, is actually good enough to drove back these invaders. Interesting. Ares says, surely these walls can protect you. They've held for centuries.
I don't know. Something tore through that place a long time ago.
Wengra jerks her thumb toward the double doors and gives you a meaningful look. Yeah, I know about this. The spirits were so in disarray. The dwarven spirits? When Ares first explored the Durgan's battery, they were running away from something, and they were scrambling their defenses. Yeah, something did broke through.
Anyway, we can stop them.
Wengra rubs her hands together.
Once we have the heavy cannons, that is.
Wengra looks up once more. Aris says, I've heard they could hit a target over 5 miles away.
Oh, I'd give my other ear to see that.
Wengra's expression melts into bliss. Her enthusiasm is charming. Aris asks, what's the problem with the heavy cannons?
They're all the way up there.
Wengra points up at a tower that punches through the snow-bleared clouds.
I sent a crew to the tower, but they came back complaining about Skuldrak and the other nasties. Nearly took Kulmar's leg off.
So that's what it was about. The conversation between Kulmar and Wengra.
Skuldrak did,
Wengra blinks quickly. Aris says, I could look into it.
That'd be a big help. I'd hate to let those beauties go to rust up there.
Wengra twitches and fidgets like a drunk envisioning a tipple.
And anything you find up there is yours. Battery's full of treasures, and the West Tower has hardly been explored.
All right.
Head through the door and up the stairs. That'll get you to that rampart.
Wengra points up at the snow-dusted walkway.
Yeah, Kulmar cleared the rubble before he took to getting himself conveniently injured. You should be able to work your way up to the cannons from there. Meantime, I'll check on our black powder stock.
Wengra gives you a smile full of jagged teeth.
Any luck with those cannons? No rush,
Wengra shuffles her feet, clasping her hands behind her back. Aris asks, how do I reach the tower?
Head through the door and up the stairs. That'll get you to that rampart. Yeah, Coolmar cleared the rubble before he took to getting himself conveniently injured. You should be able to work your way up to the cannons from there.
Aris asks, can you use the cannons down here?
No disrespect to these beauties, but they can't match the big guns for distance or power.
Wengra waves at one of the frozen cannons. Aris says, tell me about the iron flail.
They came out here a few weeks back and asked us to vacate the forge, real nice-like. When we told them to turn around or we'd do them like we did their fellow Widewind, things got rough. They went to their fort, but they'll be back for sure. Darien sent a group from Stalwart to parley, but they never made it back.
Wengra gives you a knowing look. So Darien sent emissaries to negotiate. Well, I guess the iron flail killed them. Next time, if you want to negotiate, do it on neutral ground, okay? If you just send your people to enemies' camps, you're just handing them to be killed, or tortured, or whatever. Don't do that ever again.
Can't reason with Rayed Sarens. That's why we gotta get these guns working, so we'll be ready for them.
Aris asks, what are you doing out here?
I'm taking care of these lovelies so they can take care of us.
Wengra gazes affectionately at the cannons. Aris says, you really like explosions.
Well, back in Stalwart, I learned everything Tana knew about black powder, and a few things she didn't.
Wengra beams. Taina, the dwarf.
Them she wasn't so happy about.
Wengra frowns, looking momentarily distracted.
After what might have been a small mishap in the Stalwart mines, they sent me here to put my talents to better use.
Let me guess, you were using explosives in the mines. It caused an accident or incident, and you were kicked here, right? I see. Aris says farewell.
Any luck with those cannons? No rush, I mean.
From here you can access any level within the battery. Where would you like to go? Great Hall?
Let's see what we found.
Worker says everything started shaking. Thought the ceiling would collapse on me. Unnatural, these tremors. We shouldn't have disturbed this place. It's a tomb. This statue of Abidon is mottled and tarnished, but each bold rivet appears crafted with meticulous detail. Some halls collapsed, says a dwarven worker. The White Forge keeps us warm. We opened the West Tower. Didn't know there had been so many Skuldrak. Much work to do.